get it on camera.
That's the only old bar. That's the one. I wish they had a separate staircase to make our lives easier.
Definitely not the business period. Yeah.
Thank you. can get that. I thought it was just for me. Hey, you want some of these? Because I can't eat them. They're Twizzlers from Halloween. Because they have gluten in them. Okay. Where are we? I think North Brunswick. But just look at the Google Maps. Yeah. Easy. Sir, can we ask what you're doing here today?
Well, I'm here.
Oh, what kind of car? Well, is it a tariff car?
It is a car that.
Yeah, well, I think, right, and that's, that would be his question, actually.
So, you're giving back to New Jersey in the form of sales tax. That's good. Thank you. Thank you, Lady Sherrill. I did early voting at Hackensack this morning.
Whose card is this big guy? Okay. I'm gonna move this. Can you start? Can you come with
Can
me?
I get in here, bro?
Yeah. The cable's big enough,
Right there? Yeah. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, because I can't stay there anyway. So they said it's either there or in one.
Yep. Thank you.
For the live view.
Yeah, I have the Wi-Fi.
But is there Ethernet or no?
Good to see you. Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff. Jeff, I'm shooting still spread. Is that who you're? I'm associated.
I didn't think she had it right.
Yeah.
That's all right. Cool.
say? Okay. Hey, what's going on? How you doing? I don't know. I think that they thought it was like right on there. I never had like that. I guess that's image of a lady.
got nothing else for you. I don't have carrot juice, dude. I got nothing. Are you still doing carrot juice?
Of course I still drink carrot.
Okay. Of course I do. great now. Now it's great. Now there's no more of that. You just want to see my application. Let's see if the camera works. It's all around on my back. 350, I believe. I just can't reach the podium here with the I'm gonna turn it on.
All right, guys, live from Lakewood, New Jersey. up that he said, hey, you voted already. So I was like, I'm just making sure. What's so nice, family? Let's go. Let's come in, guys. Who you with? Who you with?
So nice. Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello and welcome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to go up to the podium now.
I didn't do any of that. Someone said 29 or something like that. I want to speak to you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Podium mic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You guys all good? Cool. It's hot. On which box? Which box are you plugged into? That middle box is line level. So if you're in the middle box, it's a line level box. If you're in one of the end boxes, those are mic level boxes. It's still overmodulating at line level? One, 2, 3, 4, is that better? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello and welcome. Better?
It's borderline. You could come down a little more.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, is that better? Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello and welcome. That's good. Cool. Everyone sees audio, everybody's good?
Look at the sign I saw. What do you want me to do? How does that work? Like this? Up there?
Yeah, that's gonna get you small. Yeah, just right there.
But this is from this hot light.
Don't do that.
Well, I mean, that's why I turned it on.
34.
Not up on the bow. Up there? Yeah. Well, show light isn't on anymore. It was on before. No, it's a show light is something they have to stand with. It'd be nice to get them to turn it back on. Should I go ask?
Yeah. And can you go up there and
3,000. Nick, sorry. Great to meet you. Cool. Okay.
What do you mean?
So I program a timeline. So like you can see
I'm
I think it'd be
Have cables if you need them.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it. Thank you.
During intense discussions in the cabinet of the situation throughout their exhausting Gallup 1976 campaign.
After serving as campaign manager for Ford's failed re-election, Cheney went forward to Wyoming and returned to Washington in 1978 as the representative of the Equality State, winning re-election for Congress. In 1981, Cheney was named Secretary of Defense. President George H.W. against Iraq. Saddam Hussein.
When war came, America was ready, and Secretary Cheney's leadership contributed enormously to the victory.
Cheney led the White House in 1992. Clinton defeated President Bush.
I believe it's anybody without a pin.
As a Republican voice, choosing to stay in the private sector. In one of the most arduous and complicated elections ever, Bush and Cheney defeated Joe Lieberman. And the U.S. Supreme Court weeks after the election ceased recounts in Florida.
You will always understand the pain of
I just have to go watch to the
upon their place, this place.
Cheney's leadership was put to the test less than a year later. 9/11. Vice President Cheney was a player in the White House's war on terror. The prisoner in post 9/11. President warnings to war. Saddam Hussein. Ordered the launch of Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003.
6 in 10 Americans say they feel it was a mistake to go to war. What do you say to those people?
We were elected to do a job. And do everything's right for the country.
The Bush White House had asserted that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, claiming many of those officials were later tracked, and the weapons were never found. Bush and Cheney
And then because my girls watch disease. And they kind of think it's their life during production. I know, it's true. It's so weird. Victoria Justice seems a little crush line. It's fine. Ms. Louise, can you hear me clearly? Thank you. Jose, we clear?
Clear.
live streaming out of this room anyway. They're showing me right now. And the monitor's outside on the screen. Well, yeah, kill it for outside. All right, guys. I do have to... No, somebody just called someone to turn the TVs off. They shouldn't be live streaming out of this room to begin with. So, yes. Right? Did we discuss that, right? You should be saying actually.
What? Yes, yeah.
Oh, we know they're stopped.
back up, right? Back 6 inches. Don't jump. The old man should get rid of the sun. Don't jump. Have to put it on the other side of the
I'm always more where I'm way more active.
Well, you also have a chair set. Let's see if we can, I'm just wondering if we can put it on the other side of that tripod. Yeah, put it on the other side of that, of that tripod.
I came on Friday. I'm using it 6 a.m.
Okay, so now see this tripod on the leg behind you. And that buys me like 2 more. Sure, but it's fine if he's
What's your percentage?
well, don't move back yet. Let him get on the other side of you. You're not on the other side of him. Yeah, there we go. And then the other side of the leg. No, and then the other side of the leg. And then push it down and it'll be close. Yeah. Greg?
No, he was really cool.
Even though I don't know. We've gained
I actually not that.
No, I like it.
Just shove it up here. All three of us.
By 12 p.m. today, that number was dropped. By 3 p.m. it was 1.5.
Okay, great.
By 6 p.m. 2 weeks ago, it was 1.75 million. We still have 3 more hours.
Is this your light there, or do you have a light on your camera?
2 million.
Okay, so you probably want to bring it down.
Wow, this is chicken leg.
Yeah.
Light quite tall.
Well, at least you have a light.
Someone rather than, because there are a lot of voters who aren't sort of as enthused about Cuomo himself as much as they dislike Zohran Mamdani. So when we see such a huge change in turnout, it does bode well for Mamdani. And so now you have a lot of analysts looking at the demographics of voting. So in terms of early voting,
My way? Miss Warren. Hi, Linda. I can't wait to stand next to your long legs. What's that? I can't wait to stand next to your long legs. I'll put my heels on. That's all right. I'll put my sneakers on. No, I'm not going to put heels on now. I saw you outside. I saw you here. I know you were in front of me.
I would say it's looking way more.
Were you wearing a red jacket? I was. I left it outside. You know, I got it equal opportunity.
Very sick.
Hey, do you know where the bathroom is, by the way?
Yeah, go right back out there.
Yeah.
Immediately to your right.
Okay, yeah, I'm leaving this.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Right here.
I'm leaving that here.
I'm getting you your mic set up.
We might be as early as 10. So I'm waiting to find out. I will make a coffee and run for the rest of the day.
Chivalry is not dead, Joseph. I take back everything everybody said about you.
I will. Okay, yes. I have an extension cord. You can call us to the camera.
Give me David's.
You can throw everything else in my cart back there.
From the Associated Press, this is Election Night 2025. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
It's election night in the United States, the first major round of balloting since last year's presidential contest. And the key races up for grabs tonight, could forecast Americans' political feelings headed into next year's midterms. I'm Meg Kennard, here live at our Election Night Control Center in Washington, where AP's decision desk will call races across the country tonight, from governor's contests in key states to ballot measures, special congressional elections, and municipal races in some of America's biggest cities. We will have live images coming to you all night from AP journalists across the country, following candidates and their supporters as voting wraps up and the counting begins. Also throughout tonight's coverage, you'll be seeing 4 boxes on your screen with the live video coming in from our AP teams across the U.S. They will be showcasing the 3 top races we are covering, which you can see right now. In the upper right, you'll be seeing images coming in from the New York City mayor's race. In the lower right, the Virginia governor's race, and in the lower left, the New Jersey governor's race. We have 20 live cameras across the country covering you from the East Coast to the West Coast. And we will also be bringing you information on polls as they close across the states voting tonight, as well as AP race calls, as winners are declared by our decision team here in Washington. Joining me throughout our live coverage tonight is AP White House correspondent Zohran Mamdani. Zohran, hello.
Happy election night.
Happy election night to you. I always feel good if it's election night in America, you and I are right here.
Where else could we be?
Where else could we be? Let's take a look at the map of everything that's happening across the country tonight and kind of get our bearings. You can see now states highlighted in green. Those are where we're watching key races, and some of the first polls will be closing within the next half hour in Virginia and Georgia. In Georgia, that's where residents of Atlanta are electing a new mayor. So, Zohran, can you set the table for us briefly, just taking the big picture, the big look of across the country, kind of what we're looking at tonight?
With such narrow House control, redistricting has kind of taken over this election. So let's start with California. Proposition 50, a Democratic push to redraw 5 districts and essentially strip them of being GOP seats. Democrats only need to gain 3 seats in the House in next year's midterms to take House control. Republicans obviously trying to hold on to it. They had already mounted their own redistricting battles across the country, including in Texas, which is kind of where it got off to a start. And Texas, by happenstance, has the only congressional race of the night, and that's a special election to replace Democrat Sylvester Turner, who passed away earlier this year.
Right. Okay. So a little bit of congressional mixed in with some of these other races that we're following. So now let's go specifically to the East Coast, and those are where some of the bigger contests that we're following tonight are happening. On your screen, you can take a look at this map. Those states highlighted in green, those are the gubernatorial race states of New Jersey and Virginia. That big red circle, that's New York City, which has tonight's marquee contest, that mayoral race. So thinking about these gubernatorial contests, particularly Zohran, just kind of remind us what's at stake tonight.
2 of them, New Jersey and Virginia, the only 2 states in the country that elect their governor the year after a presidential race. And they have both been kind of a bellwether. After that first year of a presidential administration, they historically have voted in a governor of the opposite party that holds the White House. So a lot of attention, really more than usual, nationally has been paid to both of these races. You have Abigail Spanberger, who's a Democrat congresswoman from New Jersey, running against the lieutenant governor, Winsome Earl-Sears, who would become the first black female governor anywhere in America if she were to win. Either way, Virginia will get its first female governor. Then you look at New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, another Democrat congresswoman, taking on someone Donald Trump has backed very heavily, Jack Ciattarelli. He's a state lawmaker. He had once come out against Trump. The president now strongly, just a few minutes ago, urging supporters to back him. This essentially becomes a referendum on what these first 9 months or so of the Trump administration have looked like to a lot of Americans.
Always interesting to get those first looks, and this being our first major round of elections since Donald Trump's return to the White House. So we're seeing it right there, and we'll be keeping a close look.
And he, of course, has had an outweighed presence in all of this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Zohran. We'll be diving more into all of those races tonight. We'll return you now to our live pictures from across the country, including right here in Washington, where we have a live look at our AP Washington newsroom. That's where our race callers will be hard at work tonight, analyzing voter data, and where we will be going live later for a conversation about AP's role on election night. As you can see otherwise on your screen, we continue to have live pictures from New York City campaign rally for Zohran Mamdani, as well as a shot from the Virginia governor's race and also Andrew Cuomo's campaign rally site there in New York City. We will be back to speak with some of the AP reporters on the ground covering that marquee contest tonight, the New York City mayor's race. Back soon.
Which way?
From the Associated Press, this is an Election Night 2025 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. You are now looking at live pictures from some of those top races that we are covering across the country, including the Virginia gubernatorial contest and the New York City mayoral race. That race is perhaps tonight's top contest, with 3 candidates vying to lead the nation's biggest city. This election has been full of ups and downs, from Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani's digitally focused campaign to the incumbent dropping out but remaining on ballots, and a former governor losing the Democratic primary and now running as an independent. I'm joined now by AP correspondent Philip Crowther, who is live tonight at the election night headquarters for Mamdani. Philip, it's great to have you with us. If you could start by just giving us a lay of the land and what you're seeing and hearing there on the ground in these closing hours, really, of this campaign.
Yeah, quiet here right now inside the ornate Paramount Theater in downtown Brooklyn. No members of the public, no supporters of Zohran Mamdani, the 34-year-old state assembly member, have arrived here yet. There are a lot of members of the media here, though. There is huge interest in this New York City mayoral race. We don't expect to see Zohran Mamdani for another few hours yet because, well, first of all, voting is still underway here in New York City until 9 p.m. Eastern time. It began at 6 a.m. this morning, and all indications are that turnout is very high indeed. The latest numbers come to us from 6 p.m. local time here in New York City, from the New York City Board of Elections, that says that 1.7 million New Yorkers have cast their ballots so far. That's the largest number in a New York City mayoral race in the last 30 years. There was early voting also here in New York City that was very popular. Today, on this election day here in the city, we saw 2 of what is considered a 3-horse race. 2 candidates cast their ballots in the city today. That was, of course, Zohran Mamdani, the 34-year-old, very much considered the front runner in the latest polls over the last few weeks. He cast his ballot in the borough of Queens, and his closest competitor, who he beat, of course, in June in the Democratic Party primary, that's Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of the state of New York. He cast his ballot in Manhattan. There is one more candidate, that's Republican Curtis Lewa, in again what is considered a 3-horse race to become mayor of New York City. As I mentioned, interest in this contest here in New York City is huge. We have seen this turn from not necessarily a local race, but certainly not a national one, into a race with national consequences and certainly national interest. And here tonight we are seeing international interest as well, with media members from around the world here in Brooklyn tonight. In fact, what we see here around us is more akin to a national primary contest or even a presidential candidates rally in terms of how many people we are seeing here tonight. It's a really big night for the Democratic Party, who will find out whether a Democratic socialist will become the next mayor of New York City. And from here, we will also be bringing you the analysis of how Democrats are doing in the other races in the country. You already mentioned the races for the governorship in Virginia and New Jersey, 2 of the most important races tonight on this election night.
Thank you so much, Philip. And you're right, we will be coming back to you later for more analysis in this and other contests. So thank you so much. Looking forward to that as well. Next up, we are going across the river to New Jersey, where the governor's race has at times been a bellwether for how voters are feeling about the party of the sitting president. AP correspondent Mike Sisak is live at an event where supporters of Jack Ciattarelli are gathering on this election night. Hey, Mike, it's really good to see you, too. Now, I'm hoping you can kind of do the same thing for us and give us a sense of how the closing days of this campaign have been going and what you're seeing there tonight on election night.
Good evening, Meg. Yeah, we are here at Jack Ciattarelli's headquarters in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Much like at the venue where Phil is, no supporters yet in the room. It's all media here gathered doing reports as we await the closing of polls at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. But there are many supporters at this hotel gathered in the lobby. a festive mood as the last votes are cast. Jack Ciattarelli is the Republican candidate. He's facing off with Mikey Sherrill. This is an open election. Phil Murphy, the incumbent governor, is term limited. He's serving out the remainder of his second term and is not allowed to run again. So you have Jack Ciattarelli making his third attempt to become governor of New Jersey. He lost in a primary in 2017, and he lost to Phil Murphy by just 3 percentage points in 2021. And then you have Mikey Sherrill, who's a U.S. representative, member of Congress. She represents the suburbs in northern New Jersey. She's been in Congress since 2019, and she's even been talked about as a potential candidate down the road for the White House. But as you said, this is a potential bellwether referendum, not only on the president's party, the Republicans, but also on Democrats. In this race, in the last few days, President Donald Trump held a telephone town hall in support of Jack Ciattarelli. He called Ciattarelli a great candidate. And one of the key issues in this race is the cost of living, particularly the cost of energy. And Donald Trump said that Jack Ciattarelli, to him, is the best candidate, the best person he knows on energy that isn't involved in the energy field. And he also said, without citing any evidence, that Jack Ciattarelli will bring down energy prices for New Jersey homeowners by half, whereas he accuses Mikey Sherrill of potentially raising those prices by double. Now, Sherrill, she is proposed an emergency order, one of her first acts as governor, if she's elected, to freeze energy costs from being hiked. That is a critical issue in this race. And she's also focused on fighting Trump. So again, we go to that theme of a referendum on Donald Trump. One of the issues that she has seized upon is Trump's decision to freeze funding for the tunnel linking New Jersey and New York City, the Amtrak rail tunnel. So polls close at 8 o'clock in New Jersey, and we will be watching the votes here from Jack Ciattarelli's headquarters in Bridgewater.
Thank you so much, Mike. We will keep an eye on that and be back to you to get more information tonight, as well as keep our eyes peeled for those poll closings coming up, like you mentioned. The AP has played an important role in U.S. elections for nearly 180 years. With that in mind, we will return you now to our live look at AP's Washington, D.C. newsroom. This is where our decision desk is going to be making the calls that declare winners in tonight's elections. And in just a few moments, we'll be bringing you rare live access to that newsroom, where we'll learn more about what goes into these decisions from Sagar's conversation with Washington Bureau Chief Anna Johnson. After the break. See you in a moment.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election Night 2025 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. The Associated Press has long been known for our coverage of U.S. elections. Sagar is downstairs in our AP newsroom with Washington Bureau Chief Anna Johnson for a conversation about the role that AP plays in United States elections. Sagar, take it away.
Election night, obviously a big night on the calendar every year. It is the biggest night on the calendar here at AP Washington, and the person who knows best how to tell us exactly what goes on behind the scenes. How do these races get called? Anna, give us a sense of all this activity and what it'll be like for the next few hours.
Yeah, so we are in the Washington Bureau. This is where it all happens on election night. Behind me you see reporters, editors, producers, all working on the coverage of all of these races around the country. We also have our elections team, and what that means, we have our race analysts, our vote count team, and of course our decision team, they tally up the vote, they analyze the vote, and they will declare winners in these races tonight.
We always call this internally the AP's single biggest act of journalism. For a company that does incredible amounts of journalism every day, what is the scope of this and the tradition, and what does it mean to the AP and to everyone here to be able to pull this off, essentially?
Elections are just a fundamental part of the Associated Press. We've been calling races since 1848, so a really long time. And, it is one of those events that it truly is sort of the single largest act of journalism. The whole company gets involved in our elections coverage in some way, shape, or form. And so on election night, it's always a special place to be here in the Washington Bureau and to see and be part of all of this. Obviously, this is an off-year election, so it's a little smaller than what you might see in a midterms or presidential election when we're calling, 5,000 contested races. It's a bit fewer races this time around, but it's still just a huge part of who the AP is.
And this is not just for internal use. This is not what we're putting on the wire or on the radio or on TV. This is going out. What we call here is going out all over the place.
Absolutely. Obviously, it's on our platforms, but we have customers all over the United States and all over the world who depend on the Associated Press, on our coverage, and of course on those race calls. They really do. And so once the AP calls a race, you'll see that all over the world.
We've got poll closings coming up, so we will let you get back to it. Thank you so much, Anna.
Thank you.
A lot more votes to come in, a lot more races to call, and we will have it all for you later on after we get back to Meg Kennard.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, Sagar. We will be utilizing and relying on information coming from that newsroom all night on this live stream, and we thank you so much for that. We will be back with you near the top of the next hour as polls start to close on the East Coast, and as we draw closer to some of tonight's first AP race calls. We'll return you now to live pictures across the country, including New York City and Virginia, where we have images coming into us now from Democrat Abigail Spanberger's campaign. Polls will be closing soon in Virginia, and we will be bringing you more information on that contest as this live stream continues. Back with you soon.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election Night 2025 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. We now have our first round of poll closings in tonight's elections. Voting has concluded in Virginia, where voters are selecting their next governor, and in Georgia, where there is a mayoral race tonight in Atlanta. We're not making calls in these races yet, but Sagar, I wanted to take a moment to kind of dive in with you a little bit on the candidates, particularly in this Virginia gubernatorial race. Remind us a little bit about their bios and how they've staked their campaigns this year.
There will be history made one way or the other. Virginia has never in its long history had a female governor. It will be one of these two candidates. You have Abigail Spanberger. She's 46. She's a sitting member of the House of Representatives. What's interesting about her is she has gotten away from what the Democratic Party has been pushing and focusing on, which is that progressive part of the party, the Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez type folks. She's more of a centrist to the left, and that was what helped Democrats win the House in 2018. She is banking on that same approach, helping her win here. And Democrats are watching to see if that message resonates, if that's something after being beaten so badly a year ago, would that kind of approach, would that shift help them replicate that come the midterms? She has a very interesting resume. She was a CIA case officer. She used to go undercover overseas. Then she became a businesswoman. Then she ran for the House, where she has now served for 6 years before leaving to run this race. She had Barack Obama campaign with her over the weekend, the biggest name in Democratic politics.
Right.
Contrast that with Winsome Earl Sears, who is the sitting lieutenant governor, staunch conservative, backs Donald Trump. Donald Trump did not endorse her. Donald Trump did not say her name during a tele-rally for the GOP ticket.
Right, he's just said, I support Republicans.
I support, you should vote
not
for the Republican
Right.
candidate. He held a rally for them and never said her name. So that doesn't bode well from the perspective of a lot of Republican voters who say, oh, Donald Trump backs them, I'm going to back them too. So it'll be interesting to see whether that plays in. She has an interesting background as well. She was born in Jamaica, immigrated to the U.S. as a little kid, also served in the military. She was an electrician in the Marine Corps, then became a business owner, then started running for lower offices in Virginia. She is the only woman to have been elected statewide like that. She would become the first black female governor anywhere in America if she is able to pull off what at this point does not seem very likely based on some of the polling. Abigail Spanberger's all but written her off, but we'll have to see what happens there.
Certainly, and now that polls are closed, maybe we'll start to see some of those results coming in, and then we'll get closer to those AP race calls from tonight. So thank you so much for that recap. We'll be back with you in the next half hour as more polls close in Charlotte as well as Cincinnati, which is holding a mayoral race of its own tonight. We will also keep watching live video from tonight's major races, including New York City, as you see on your screen with that top mayoral contest tonight. We're also going to bring you some live pictures from Houston, where voting is going to be wrapping up in the next couple of hours, but we are seeing some long lines outside this polling location that you see as folks are getting off work and stopping by their polling place to cast their votes. We'll be back with you soon.
No, I have not listened. They know that.
We are hoping for a woo, and he will speak. We'll play some music. There will be some tables set up here in the front for folks who want to lean. We'll have some room for dancing. And yeah, we'll dance. We'll have a DJ over here. The DJ played at our soccer tournament. He was great. It definitely sounds a little echoey up here. I don't know if it's supposed to, but if it's not supposed to, the echo to the stage is quite a lot. It remains very bright, so still just looking at a bunch of lights. Oh, that's better, thank you. Okay, gotta keep talking. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Nope, we're still checking. Okay, keep checking. Let's see, what did I have for lunch today? I had matzo ball soup from Junior's across the street. It was really tasty. If anybody needs some matzo ball soup, head on over to Junior's. Might get some cheesecake later. Oh boy. Yep. Can somebody yell if you still need me to be talking and I'll keep talking? Okay, keep talking please. Great, I'm gonna continue talking. Well, let's see, today is November 4th. It is election day. Polls opened at 6 o'clock a.m. Hope they close at 9 on schedule. We're getting a teleprompter set up here. This is nice. There's a person taking my photo. Great. I'm glad I got my glam on before I did sound check. We are still checking. Checking for folks in the back. We're deciding what walkout music will be played this evening. It's going to be a big surprise, or you might hear it in like 2 minutes. One or the other. And we're still checking. How does it sound out in the house? Keep going. Okay. Wow. Thank you, Corey. Hello. All right. We're checking.
checking. We are at the Zohran Mamdani election night party here at Brooklyn Paramount, which is located in Brooklyn on Flatbush Avenue. What other fun facts do I know about this building? The ceiling is very pretty. You should look up if you haven't looked up yet. The ceiling in the lobby, also very pretty. Lots of different lights you can put on that. This used to be a basketball court, which just feels like a very weird space to have a basketball court. And I wonder if the ceiling was the same when it was a basketball court. Ooh, I hope you guys are getting your sound. Let's see. What else? I don't think anyone will use the handheld mic. They will just talk right here. We're going to keep going. Thank you, Corey. Yes. Okay. And we are sound checking. People can hear me talking. I'm just going to keep talking. Corey, what else should I tell the fine folks of the room? Let's see. It's going to be a fun part. We're going to do lots of dancing. That table just looked like it was about to fall over. Good catch for a person who caught that table. We are still talking into the mic. Here we go. Oh, he's cutting our videos. I am talking. All right. Let's see. What are we talking about? We're talking about freezing the rent. We're talking about making buses fast and free. We're talking about universal child care. Zohran Mamdani will stand up here and say a lot of words about those things. He will thank our staff. He will thank our volunteers. He will, I should not be previewing, I don't know what he's going to say, but I imagine that's how an election day speech goes. And we're still checking. In the House, do we still need me to be talking? All right, I think we are done sound checking. To keep talking. I don't know who needs me to still keep talking, but I will keep talking. What else can I talk to you about? Today is November. The weather was very nice. It was not super cold. If we were at our election night party in June, it was quite hot. It was on a roof, and we didn't have nearly as many risers. So I hope this is feeling like an upgrade. We are still checking. I don't know what to tell you about. What's happening in the news today? It is 7:27 p.m., which means polls close. Oh, it's dark now. Okay, polls close in about an hour and 33 minutes. And I am still up here talking. I hope I will not be talking for another hour and 33 minutes, but I am continuing. Yes, so the news cameras did not woo that they need me to keep talking. They told someone. Okay. I hope you guys are getting your audio set. I can't see any of you, so if you need me to keep going, I'm just going to keep talking. What else can I talk to you about? This is why I don't make the campaign speeches. What is the weather report? Yes, that's a great idea, Matt. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to look at what our weather report is. So today, Tuesday, November 4th, it is currently 54 degrees. It looks like it's quite nice outside. I have not been outside in a little while. It's going to stay pretty steady at 55 degrees, but it's going to drop maybe down to about 49 by the time this party ends. We've got a nice forecast this week, actually. Not a lot of rain. Going to be high of 61 tomorrow, high of 64 on Wednesday, dropping down to 54. Maybe I have found my career here as a meteorologist. Dropping down to 54 on Thursday, and then back up to 58 on Friday. Saturday, nice and warm, high of 65. Definitely getting into that fall weather. Looks like a little bit of a chance of rain on Sunday. And then clear skies again, nice and sunny for the rest of next week. It's going to be a bit cold a week from today, high of 44. Current conditions right now, we've got wind at 6 miles per hour, 33% humidity. Dew point at 26 degrees, not too humid, Thank you. I'm just going to keep going because I think y'all need me to still be talking, but I hope I can stop talking soon. Sunrise this morning was 6:30 a.m. You know, we walked across the bridge at sunrise yesterday morning, and it was a very rude awakening that sunrise had gotten an hour earlier. If we had done that last week, it would have been at 7:30, and it was a very early day. Sunset, 4:48, also pretty rude. Not the end of the world, though. Let's see. Currently, UV index 0. I think it's dark outside. And pressure, 30.13. Let's see what our hourly for tomorrow is looking like. I think we're going to start 46 degrees in the morning, all the way up to 58 at 11 a.m., up to 64 at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. sounds like a nice time to go outside tomorrow. How are we doing out there? Are we getting our sound set? Do you want me to keep talking? The guy that told me to keep talking isn't there anymore. Humidity looks like it's going to be a little bit more humid tomorrow, 43%. Sunrise at 6:31 a.m. and sunset a minute earlier at 4:47 p.m. That is so early. Let's look ahead to Friday, getting into the weekend. Our sunset on Friday is going to be 4:45 p.m. This is a real bummer, you guys. I'm very disappointed that we are in that time of year where the sun is setting very, very early. All right. Let's see what else we've got happening. We are in November. Blah, 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 blah. You guys still need me to keep talking. I now can see that there's someone on a ladder, which is very exciting. I can't see where the ladder is going, but it's looking good. We've got lots of lights set up here in the space. I like that bubbly one over there. Are we good? No, you were not telling me that we're good. Okay, just gonna keep going. These cocktail tables at the front are looking beautiful. Thank you so much for setting those up. It's a very nice, very chic looking tablecloth situation that we've got going there. Those will be the hottest seats in the house.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election Night 2025 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
What about now?
No, I've got nothing.
Back to you, Philip.
Just to let you know, I've got nothing through IFB right now.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election Night 2025 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. And we have Philip Crowther back in New York City, where he's been covering the mayoral race for us this evening, and we're going back to him for some more information. So, Philip, back to you.
Yeah, and it's great to be with you from the ornate Paramount Theatre here in downtown Brooklyn. This is the headquarters for Zohran Mamdani tonight, for the 34-year-old state assembly member here in New York. This is where we expect him to give his speech later tonight, a speech that, of course, he himself hopes will be a victory speech. A little note on timings here in New York City. Voting underway. We still have just about an hour and a half to go of voting. It closes at 9 p.m., started at 6 a.m. this morning, and of course here in New York City there was early voting as well. And it's worth noting that the numbers, the participation in this mayoral election so far, those numbers are very high. The New York City Board of Elections says that 1.7 million New Yorkers have voted so far. That was at 6 p.m. tonight. Now, I mentioned earlier when we spoke, Meg, about the interest in this race, and that I noted that I hadn't seen this much media interest in a mayoral race, and certainly hadn't seen this much media interest in anything maybe outside of one of the big primaries ahead of a presidential contest, or even a rally held by a presidential candidate. We're seeing interest from local media, from national media, also from international media. A lot of journalists here, and among them is Tara Palmyri, who's joining us now here at Zohran Mamdani's election night party. Tara Palmyri, who hosts the Tara Palmyri Show on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us here.
Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure. Now, we mentioned the enthusiasm around Zohran Mamdani and also the interest in this election, first of all, those high turnout numbers. Have you noted that enthusiasm here in New York City for Zohran Mamdani, like a lot of people have mentioned over the last few days and weeks, as interest has ramped up?
Absolutely. I mean, you've seen early voting through the roof. My doorbell has been rung many times as people have tried to encourage get out the vote. There's always been this sort of enthusiasm around him. He is seen as a wrecking ball for the establishment. Andrew Cuomo, his rival, is seen as an avatar of the establishment. And he has just brought this enthusiasm for progressive politics back to the city after, I think, an electorate pretty disillusioned by Eric Adams and his tenure, and really hoping for more programs that, people in this city who are struggling with affordability can enjoy, so that the city can be for strivers, not just for the hedge fund types, for the Wall Street titans, that people who come here to dream can have a chance. And so you're seeing a lot of young people coming out, and they're the ones who are really hitting the streets and the pavements for Zohran. And I haven't seen anything like this, even from Bill de Blasio's campaign, even though he ran on a very similarly progressive agenda. It's just that Zohran is sort of this once-in-a-generation type of candidate in the way that he speaks to people in his social media posts, his youth. I mean, he's 34 years old, right? This big smile, his viral videos. He's kind of illuminated what it is to be a New Yorker with his, videos of eating halal and talking about what everyday New Yorkers care about. And, in contrast, you have someone like Andrew Cuomo, who really hasn't done much retail politicking at all. He hasn't been shaking hands. He really ran what some would call a Rose Garden campaign after the debate, an event, 2 events a day. You would think that someone who's really fighting for it would work harder, but he's had the establishment behind him. He's had the retail lobby. He's had the donors. And Mamdani's run a grassroots campaign with a lot of really wealthy people working against him.
And Mamdani's somebody who, as we noted from what you said, a lot of people think they know on first-name basis, right? He's known as Zohran simply by a lot of voters here in New York City. Now, what are some of the reasons that voters have told you why they are voting for Zohran Mamdani? Now, he is the front runner, of course, to become mayor of New York City tonight. What are some of those main reasons? Do they fit with the program that he has as mayor of New York?
I think it's absolutely about affordability. I mean, he is promising child care for all, universal child care. That's very popular in New York City. We're very close to it. There's 3K, pre-K, and that was actually established under Bill de Blasio. Some see him it's expensive, but they want him to keep extending it, and he may be able to. Universal busing is very popular. You know, city-run groceries, it's never been done before. I mean, they tried to do it in Kansas. It didn't work out too well in Kansas City, but if New York can't do it, you know, he's only suggesting 5. He does say he wants to raise corporate tax rates and the tax rates on wealthy individuals, but that would have to go through the state, and I don't think that Kathy Hochul would do that in an election year. She's the governor and she's up for re-election. But I do think she's going to be supportive of a lot of these progressive ideas, because it was New York City that really helped her squeak out a win against Lee Zeldin in the last race, and she's going to need progressives to help her get over the line in the next election. So she needs Zohran Mamdani, and that's why you saw her campaigning out there with AOC and Bernie Sanders recently, and then there's Kathy Hochul, this kind of center-left Democrat. It was a little odd, but she's clearly aware that she needs this constituency to win, whereas, you know, Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader, neighbor, a little bit careful about endorsing. Chuck Schumer still has not endorsed, and I think that just shows you how threatened and worried the Democratic establishment is about a Democratic socialist running a city of 8 million people, which is as large as Virginia, the other election in this tonight. So we'll see how he does. 2 million people coming out, that's a lot. That's huge turnout. I don't think I've heard of that in my entire time covering city politics. I used to be a City Hall reporter for the New York Post, certainly not in the elections that I covered. So we'll see what the numbers are like. Everyone's just looking to see if he pushes over 50%, and if he's able to do that, that means his mandate will certainly be stronger, and he could make arguments to the state Senate and to the city council to really approve some of his broader and far-reaching agenda.
You've covered quite a few races for mayor here in New York City, and the administrations of Bloomberg and de Blasio. In how far would you say this race, this time around, is different to other mayoral races that you've seen in this city?
I think by the third term that I covered for Mayor Bloomberg, people were a little bit over it. He had to spend a lot of money. He ran as an independent. They sort of begrudgingly took him for a third term, right? There wasn't a sort of enthusiasm. When I covered Bill de Blasio, you know, I think there was excitement, but I don't, and I think, you know, he leaned into having a biracial family, and that was kind of cool and different. Go with the fro was his campaign based on his son's fro, and he had this very progressive agenda as well, but he didn't really spark a national interest in the way that Zohran Mamdani has. And so I think what you're seeing right now is just like a surge of youth vote. And you know, there's the other part about it is that Zohran Mamdani is very controversial because of his stances on Israel, right? And you know, he said that if Bibi Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, comes to New York, he will arrest him for being a war criminal. This is a very controversial stance in New York City, a city where Bill de Blasio went to visit Israel. You know, Andrew Cuomo has gone to visit Israel. Mayoral candidates are asked whether they will go to visit Israel. And it's interesting, when he was asked during the debate if he would go to Israel, he was like, I'm the mayor of New York. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here right now. But, you know, it's sort of, it's a difficult place to have that sort of position. And he was, you know, literally protesting outside of Chuck Schumer's house in support of the Palestinian people. And it's some of his comments in the past have made a certain white ethnic group of Americans in New York City, New Yorkers, uncomfortable with him, and have, I think, kept Andrew Cuomo in the race for as long as he's been running on an independent line.
Well, certainly a race that's being watched very closely. We'll hear more from you throughout the night. That's Tara Palmieri, who hosts the Tara Palmieri Show on YouTube. Again, we'll be hearing a lot more throughout the night on this mayoral race here in New York City. Again, we do expect to hear from Zohran Mamdani, the 34-year-old state assembly member, on stage here at the Paramount Theatre later tonight. Of course, after polls close, that's at 9 p.m. local time. And Meg, of course, will be bringing you the updates from here throughout the night as soon as Zohran Mamdani is on the stage. Again, he hopes that his speech here in downtown Brooklyn will be a victory speech. We are seeing slowly but surely his supporters arriving here, and they again hope to celebrate a victory here tonight.
Thank you so much, Philip. We will be keeping a close eye on video coming into us from where you are there with Zohran Mamdani's campaign. We're also continuing to keep a close eye on some more of the live video that you see on your screen, including coming into us from Virginia, where polls have now closed, and so now the counting is ongoing in the governor's race. We are at the campaigns for both candidates, for Republican Winsome Earl Sears, as well as Democrat Abigail Spanberger. So we will be bringing you those live images and keeping our eyes peeled for any incoming AP race calls as they are made. We will bring them to you. Back soon.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election Night 2025 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
This is a breaking alert that has just moved on the AP wire. The Associated Press has determined that Democrat Abigail Spanberger has been elected as Virginia's first female governor. This call comes about an hour after polls closed in Virginia, the first in the wave of poll closings happening this evening across the country. Joining me to dive further into this race is Zohran Mamdani. Sagar, so let's recap. What was at stake in this race, and what does it mean now that AP has declared Spanberger the victor?
Like the other races all around the country, Meg, this is essentially a referendum on the first 9 months of the Trump term. He lost Virginia in 3 straight races, but gained ground in the most recent presidential election last year. So this was essentially a test of whether someone like the sitting lieutenant governor, who is generally in the Trump type of mold, Winsome Earl-Sears, could be a Republican that would win in a swing state. That obviously did not happen. This call came very quickly. Abigail Spanberger, who has been more of a centrist Democrat than a lot of the progressives that we've seen, that seemed to resonate with voters there. Keeping in mind that Virginia's been particularly hit hard by a lot of Trump policies. More than 100,000 federal workers in the state. So the government shutdown that as of midnight will become the longest in American history has hit hard there. And Spanberger made it a point not to directly go after Trump in her rally. She often didn't even name him. She just talked about ways the state could move forward. That obviously resonated over picking someone who, again, is in Trump's general mold.
So definitely in this campaign, and I've seen it every time I'm here in Washington, all of the ads, the influx of discussion about things that the Trump administration has brought to Virginians, but also coming from here in the capital area, spilling over into Virginia, as you referenced, that could have been on a lot of people's minds.
This is partly what the GOP feared, was that there would be backlash, and there always is the year or two after a presidential election. But again, this was a testing ground of sorts to see whether that Trump message played. It did not. It's notable that the president barely backed Winsome Earl-Sears. We mentioned it earlier. He had a tele-rally for the candidates last night. Never once said her name.
Right.
All he generically said was vote for the Republican. Didn't say her name, never endorsed her, never stepped foot in Virginia for campaign purposes. So he essentially stayed out of it while giving full-throated support to the GOP candidate for governor in New Jersey. This was categorically the opposite, and as a result, Democrats win back the governor's seat after Glenn Youngkin, the Republican, won 4 years ago.
Right. Thank you for that analysis. We'll be keeping our eyes out for more AP race calls as they come in. As you can see on your screen, we have images coming in, live pictures from Spanberger's campaign rally in Virginia, as well as Republican Winsome Earl-Sears. So if either of these candidates come out to speak to their supporters, we will be bringing you those images and comments live as well. For now, we are also going to show you some images coming from Pennsylvania, where Philadelphia is counting votes. Polls have closed in that state of Pennsylvania, which is considering elections that have impact on the state's Supreme Court there. So we will return you to these live images. Polls have closed, as a reminder, in new states as of this hour, including Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Maine, and New Jersey, where we still have our eyes on that gubernatorial contest as well. We will be back with you soon with more information coming into us from AP journalists across the country, as well as AP race calls as they come to us from our decision desk. Back soon.
by the next first family of Virginia. Please welcome the Governor-elect of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Spanberger.
of the Commonwealth, a message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across the country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most. Lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor for a hard-fought race. The Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well. Today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us. I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a Commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Not for a political party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a Commonwealth in every sense of the word. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and everyone in between. That's the Virginia I know, that's the Virginia I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor of serving as our next governor. That they have given to our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers, to those who believed in me, thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia, after all. Thank you. Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you. You're the best in the country. Every single member of our team, every single one of you, you work tirelessly for the change, the progress, the policies, the connection, and the respect that you want to see in our communities. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for giving people hope. Thank you for knocking on doors in the sweltering heat. Thank you for showing kindness. Thank you for showing up in every corner of Virginia. Thank you for diving deep on policy. Thank you for capturing moments and the essence of our campaign. Thank you for reaching voters everywhere. And thank you for believing that Virginia could and would send a hopeful and joyful message tonight. This campaign and then some. And thank you to my family. To my husband Adam. My partner in everything. I love you with my whole heart. I am grateful for you, and it is very strange to declare my love for you in front of millions of people. But every adventure we have ever been on has been worth it because you have been by my side. I love you, I'm grateful for you, and I cannot wait to see what the next couple years bring. Charlotte and Catherine, you inspire me and motivate me every single day. Everything I do to build a better future for you and for all of Virginia's children, and I am so proud of you every single day. I am lucky to be your mother. And Catherine, you did not clean your room today as you promised me. Working on it. If I was working on it, we wouldn't have won this election, okay? To my sisters, my dearest and earliest friends, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. To my friends who have traveled from around the world to be here with me today, thank you. Thank you for making me who I am, and thank you for always believing in me. And to my parents, I love you. Thank you for leading by example every day. And I know that today is a day that you all could have never imagined. But you taught me the importance of service to others and relentless hard work. And Mama, when I think about your life, the time spent in foster care to putting yourself through nursing school and the challenges along the way, you made clear to us that to whom much is given, much is expected. and your own challenges, and I know much is expected. Dad, thank you for your example of service and tireless devotion to family and country. Nothing has made me prouder than to follow in your footsteps, so many steps along the way. I've talked a lot throughout this campaign about the importance of service and how it shaped my life and my approach to public office, and that all came from my parents. But this commitment to service, it is not unique to my family. It's ingrained in so many of Virginia's families. It is part of Virginia's story. Here in Virginia, this is where American democracy was born and where we are still working to perfect it today, where James Madison built the framework for our Constitution to protect us from tyranny, where Washington and Jefferson fought to establish a government of, by, and for the people. It is also the place where Barbara Johns, a 16-year-old student from Farmville, led a walkout of students that became part of the Brown versus the Board of Education case to integrate public schools. Barbara Johns never gave up, and she showed us that no matter your age, you can be part of the change and the progress that you want to see here in Virginia and across the nation. We are a nation founded on ideas, but we are a country where it is up to us, the citizens, who must put those ideas into action. It is us, the citizens, who work to make the change and progress and build upon the foundations laid out for so many years. And Virginia, now it is our time to lead. Tonight, it's hard not to reflect on the nearly 2-year journey that we've taken together on this campaign. And just a few minutes ago, Adam said to our daughters, your mom's going to be the governor of Virginia. And I can guarantee those words have never been spoken in Virginia ever before. It's a big deal that the girls and the young women I have met along the campaign trail now know with certainty that they can achieve anything. It's a big deal for the women older than I am who forged the path, dreams, hard work, and in a belief that change and progress would be possible so that so many of us could follow in their footsteps in any career, in any role, in any challenge. The history Virginia is making tonight is yours. And I thank those who have come before me, and Mary Sue Terry in particular. She was the first woman elected statewide in Virginia. And because of her and the continued work of so many, there will be many more women to come for generations to come. Because this was never about just winning an election, it was about what comes next. It's about the governing. Virginia voters made our choice tonight, and that choice was loud and clear. We are going to work to lower costs of renting, buying, or staying in your home. We are going to cut red tape and build homes families can actually afford. and we're going to produce more energy, and we are going to lower costs, and we're going to do it by producing more energy here in Virginia, and we're going to make sure that large utility users make sure that they pay their fair share. We're going to grow Virginia's economy by investing in apprenticeships and job training of the future. We're going to leverage AI and cutting-edge manufacturing to bring more capital investment into our Commonwealth. We are going to take politics out of our schools. We're going to make sure that teachers are well paid and well respected. We are going to make sure that our teachers are well paid and well respected. So that our students can focus on actually learning and so that parents know that their children will succeed. And we are going to make our communities safer by providing the training, pay, and support that our law enforcement community needs and deserves. These aren't slogans on a bumper sticker. They are actionable policies that I am ready to implement starting on day one. And starting now, that work begins. So as we begin this transition to a new administration, I want to be absolutely clear about a couple things. First, Virginia is the only state in the South that hasn't restricted women's reproductive rights since the Dobbs decision, and under my watch, it will stay that way. In Virginia, healthcare decisions about contraception, fertility treatments, and reproductive care will continue to be made between women and their doctors, not politicians. That's a promise I've made and a promise I intend to keep. Second, I will always stand up for Virginia workers, always. And right now, our federal workforce is under attack. And the chaos coming out of Washington is killing Virginia jobs and creating economic uncertainty for tens of thousands of families. Government employees, government contractors, small business owners were impacted by the chaos coming out of Washington. Virginia's economy doesn't work when Washington treats our Virginia workers as expendable. To those who have been impacted by the mass layoffs, by furloughs, by the hardships that you are experiencing, please know that I will direct the full power of the governor's office to support you. And to those across the Potomac who are attacking our jobs and our economy, I will not stand by silently while you attack Virginia's workers. we have now and the ones we will bring to our Commonwealth into the future. I will stand up to anyone who tries to harm our economy or the livelihoods of our Virginians. As governor, my job will be to put Virginia first, full stop. And tonight, as the governor-elect, I call on Congress, Republicans and Democrats, and our president to make real progress on bringing this shutdown to an end. The Virginians, the Americans who work tirelessly for their fellow citizens deserve nothing less. I know we're living in a time filled with chaos. We live in a time marked by uncertainty, and along the way, we do our best to try and explain it to our kids. I know the list of challenges that we are facing is long, but I also know that the only way we're going to solve these problems is by tackling them together. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, all of us, because that embodies the message that we sent tonight. That is what being a Commonwealth is all about, standing united for our future. That is what Virginia is about. So let's show the world what we're made of. Let's get to work. Thank you all so very much.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election Night 2025 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. You have been watching and listening to live comments from Democrat Abigail Spanberger as she accepted her win in the Virginia governor's race tonight on election night. You're still seeing those images on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side of your screen, we have live images continuing to come into us from New York City, where we are still tracking that mayoral race. It is 9 p.m. on the East Coast, which means that polls have now closed in New York, and the vote counting will begin. We will be keeping our eyes on both of those screens for any activity and keeping our eyes on the AP wire for AP race calls in this and other races that we anticipate coming in tonight. But for now, I'm going to take a moment, and I'm joined by Sagar. We're going to discuss a little bit from what we heard from Abigail Spanberger as she accepted her win tonight. Just give us a sense of what you heard in that speech and what she seems to be bringing forward as her campaign moves from campaign now into transitional phase.
Yeah, in the beginning, it was very much a bipartisan speech. And in her words, Virginia tonight chose pragmatism over partisanship, and they chose commonwealth over chaos. This was a campaign that focused on economic issues. Virginia's been badly hurt by a lot of Trump policies and the government shutdown, with hundreds of thousands of federal workers there. That was the strategy that helped her win. That may be a strategy that other Democrats look to adopt in the midterms next year. And if so, that becomes a problem for Republicans, because Donald Trump to this point has not been able to deliver that economic turnaround he promised. Spanberger also went back to her campaign in 2018 when Democrats took the House majority with more of a centrist message. If this now becomes the blueprint for Democrats, they've shown they can win in a key swing state and turn the governor's mansion from Republican to Democrat, could be a sign of things to come for the Democrats' new playbook.
It's always been interesting, especially in these campaigns that we're watching, this gubernatorial contest and the New Jersey race as well, to watch those Democratic candidates and the messages that they're testing out. As you say, kind of looking forward toward the midterms next year and seeing what seems to stick, at least in the Virginia's race, which is one example that we have here, but so far the first AP race call that we have in these contests, we see that certainly did resonate with voters.
It's a referendum on Trump 2.0 so far, and it's a good start for Democrats if they can pull that off, and if Mikey Sherrill can replicate that in New Jersey and beat another Trump acolyte type, that's a good sign for Democrats and maybe helps them right the ship after all those losses last year and gives them some needed momentum, in their own words, heading into 2026.
Certainly they will continue to be thinking about that as they make plans for the midterms next year. Sagar, thank you so much. That's a good transition for us into that other gubernatorial contest that we're following tonight in New Jersey. For that, we are going to be joined again by AP correspondent Mike Sisak, who is following that contest and also taking a look at Republicans overall in tonight's races. Mike, what have you got for us?
Good evening, Meg. We saw in Virginia the Democrat prevailed over the Republican, and now we wait and see here at Jack Ciattarelli's headquarters. He's the Republican candidate for governor of New Jersey, and his supporters have filed into the room. Polls closed in all but a few precincts in the state around 8 o'clock, right at 8 o'clock, and that's when the supporters started filing in. There was a sense of optimism. We saw people in Make New Jersey Great Again hats, a play on the MAGA theme. We saw people with MAGA designed hats saying Jack for governor. But within the last hour, as we've gone away from the poll close, really a wait-and-see attitude here. We've seen pictures on our screen also of the party that Mikey Sherrill is having. She's the Democrat. A festive mood there. So we are waiting for the results to come in and the results to be counted. And part of the reason for the wait is we're kind of in a little bit of a gridlock situation here that we're used to in the tri-state area. There was an incident earlier in the day where voting was disrupted at some polling places in 7 counties. There was a bomb threat. It was unfounded. Nobody was hurt. At least one arrest was made. But Democrats in Passaic County went to court, petitioned the court to keep voting going in a few polling locations until 9 p.m. So people that may have been disrupted earlier in the day could cast their votes. Now, Passaic County is also where the Justice Department sent election watchers this year. That's a swing county. That's in northern New Jersey, and that's an area where the Trump administration's Justice Department sent people in to make sure there was nothing untoward going on. For now, we are watching and waiting, awaiting that AP race call in this pivotal governor's race. As we mentioned earlier in the show, these races are seen as a bellwether going into the midterm elections in 2026 and the presidential election in 2028. And New Jersey has traditionally gone blue in presidential races. The last Republican to win was George H.W. Bush in 1988. But the governor's office, it flips. Chris Christie was the governor prior to Phil Murphy, the incumbent now. Murphy's a Democrat, Christie was a Republican. So there was hope going into tonight for Jack Ciattarelli, for his supporters here, in part because Ciattarelli has run for governor twice before. He lost a primary the first time around, but he only lost to Phil Murphy in the last cycle by 3 percentage points. And that, along with the support from Donald Trump, the president, and other prominent Republicans, has given a lot of hope to the supporters here, whereas at Mikey Sherrill's campaign headquarters, there's a lot of hope because of the support she's received, namely from former President Barack Obama, who came to New Jersey to campaign on her behalf. Donald Trump did telephone town halls on behalf of Jack Ciattarelli, but did not campaign in New Jersey for him, despite where we are right now, the Bridgewater Marriott, the headquarters for his campaign, a mere 7 miles or so from Trump's Bedminster Golf Course Resort, where he spent some of his summer months.
Thank you, Mike, for bringing us all that information from there on the ground in New Jersey. We will be checking back in on that race as we go through this evening. Mike reminds us that polls have been closed for a while there in New Jersey. So we will continue to keep an eye on the AP Wire and on our live updates on apnews.com for incoming information about this race. As you can see now on your screen, we also have live images coming in from Democrat Mikey Sherrill's campaign there in New Jersey for the gubernatorial contest. On the right-hand side of your screen, we continue to have more pictures coming into us live from New York City, where we're following results in that mayoral contest. So, Sagar, as Mike was just reminding us about the campaigning in the closing days of the New Jersey gubernatorial race as it's happened, we saw former President Barack Obama campaigning for the Democratic candidate there, as well as in Virginia, like we talked about before. President Donald Trump mentioning Jack Ciattarelli and doing these teletown hall type events for him, but not spending any time on the ground. In these first round of contests after Trump's return to the White House, kind of the midway point between now and the midterms, can we read anything into the president's decision, or maybe lack of a decision, to really be involved so much in these campaigns?
There's been some talk around the White House that he did not want to essentially tie himself to any candidates. There have been other ultra-conservatives, arch-conservatives, who have begged for his support, whom he has backed, and they have in turn lost. And you know how much this president dislikes that. Compared to Winsome Earl-Sears in Virginia, when he didn't even say her name or endorse her, he has been, pretty powerful in stating that Jack Ciattarelli needs to win this race by name. He just did it a few hours ago in a Truth Social post. The only thing to do here is to elect Jack. Jack would be great. Jack knows a lot about energy. I mean, very effusive praise. Mm-hmm. And he did come out and endorse him. And that's even after Ciattarelli 10 years ago had come out against Trump. And that's usually not the kind of thing that Donald Trump forgives, but right. He did in this case. That gives you a sense of the stakes for Republicans here. But it is interesting, with his trips to New Jersey, to his golf club, with his trips to another golf club in Virginia, he didn't set foot in either of those two states to campaign for the GOP candidates.
Right.
And whether that played a role here or not, one of the two has now gone to the Democrats.
Always interesting to try to telegraph any connections that we can see between what may be happening on a decision-making basis at the top level, and then thinking about how it affects the lives of not only the people who are going to be voting in these contests, but the political reporters like you and me who are going to be watching those midterms very closely. So with this first round of votes and first round of results, I guess that gives us whatever idea we can have at this
Plenty
point.
of fodder for a year. We can look at it that way.
Lots of things to think about for those midterm elections, which will be 364 days from today. We will return you now to the live images, those 4 boxes on your screen that you can see still continuing to come in from Mikey Sherrill's campaign rally in New Jersey. She is the Democratic candidate there. Also on the right-hand side of your screen, we see live images from New York, where we continue to follow that marquee contest for tonight, the mayoral race in New York City. We'll be back with you soon.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election Night 2025 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
This is a breaking alert that has just moved on the AP wire. The Associated Press has determined that Democrat Mikey Sherrill has been elected as governor of New Jersey. The four-term U.S. representative pledged to tackle rising consumer costs and blasted President Donald Trump for failing to reduce prices as he had promised during the 2024 campaign. Joining me to talk a little bit about Sherrill's campaign is Zohran Mamdani. Zohran, just remind us kind of how we got to this point and wrap up, how Mikey Sherrill's campaign really looked this year.
Yeah, like Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, Mikey Sherrill was elected to the House in 2018 in the election that allowed Democrats to retake House control. They both talked a lot about economics, like you just mentioned, but unlike Spanberger, who barely mentioned Donald Trump on the campaign trail, Sherrill focused on going after him. Like you said, energy costs, overall affordability. These were issues that she hammered in a state that has some of the highest tax rates in the country. And that, again, like in Virginia, is something that seemed to have appealed to people. This is now the third straight Democratic win in a gubernatorial election after Phil Murphy won back-to-back terms. Neither party, either Republican or Democrat, had pulled that off 3 straight times in more than 60 years.
Right,
so
wow.
Another little bit of history there. Sherrill becomes the second female governor after Christy Todd Whitman leaned very heavily into her background. She was an active duty Navy helicopter pilot. She was a federal prosecutor before she ran and served 4 terms. And now she gets to move to Trenton and become governor.
Got it. It's so interesting to think about the biographies of these candidates and which ones sort of lean into them as they're campaigning and which ones maybe focus on something different. But that's definitely something that we saw Mikey Sherrill doing during her time on the campaign trail.
She is someone who had that military service in her background and really wanted to play up the national security portion, as did Abigail Spanberger again in Virginia. Sherrill's grandfather was a pilot in World War II. And then she goes on to, again, serve in the Navy for more than 10 years, flying rather large helicopters. So it seems to be a playbook that has worked so far for Democrats, 2 for 2 in the only 2 governor's races so far this year.
Right. Thank you so much for that analysis of the Democratic side of things. And now to think about the Republican side of this contest, we are going to go back to Mike Sisak in New Jersey, who has been with Republican Jack Ciattarelli's campaign at their rally site this evening. Mike, give us a sense of what you're seeing and hearing from Republicans in this contest tonight.
Yeah, you're seeing on your screens Mikey Sherrill's headquarters, the Democrat that the AP has declared the winner in this race. Lots of jubilation there. Not so much at Jack Ciattarelli's headquarters. He's the Republican who now has lost his 3rd bid to be governor of New Jersey. He lost in a primary 2 cycles ago, lost to Phil Murphy, the incumbent now, by 3 percentage points back in 2021, and has now lost to Mikey Sherrill in this race. We have not heard yet from Jack Ciattarelli. He is expected to speak at some point tonight at his headquarters here in Bridgewater, New Jersey. But already you have some glum faces in the crowd, people checking their phones, refreshing results, looking at the race call from the AP and other news organizations. And you have what was initially a festive mood turning quite dour. People still trying to make the most of it, conversing with friends, having some drinks, and waiting to hear from Jack Ciattarelli. Also, inevitably, the questions start to come out about what went wrong. We've seen on social media already people questioning the strategy of President Donald Trump not to campaign for Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey, while others have pointed out that Ciattarelli has struck out twice before in his campaigns for governor, and that maybe this wasn't so much a referendum on President Donald Trump, but really a referendum on the candidates in this race. And as you mentioned, Mikey Sherrill is popular. She has been elected to Congress several times, and she flipped a Republican stronghold when she won that race in 2018. And as you mentioned as well, playing up her military background, and in this race, unlike in Virginia, really making Donald Trump a character in it, going on the attack mentioning how he, in her words, drove up the cost of living, and also has made decisions that affect New Jersey residents and New Jersey commuters. In the last few weeks, she made a focal point of her campaign the president's decision to freeze funding for the tunnel repairs and renovations going on, the commuter tunnels that link New Jersey and Manhattan. That has been a project that has been going on for many, many years. Former Republican Governor Chris Christie at one point froze funding for that same project before former President Joe Biden kickstarted it. And now it is yet another political football or political chip that Mikey Sherrill seized on in these final weeks of the campaign. We expect to hear from Jack Ciattarelli at some point. We also expect to hear from Mikey Sherrill at her headquarters. But for now, the watching and waiting has turned into the what happened once again for Jack Ciattarelli.
Mike, thank you so much for that reporting on the ground there from Jack Ciattarelli's campaign headquarters tonight. We will continue to keep our eye on video coming in from that event, as well as Mikey Sherrill's headquarters. If either candidate comes out to speak, we'll be bringing you those comments live. On the right-hand side of your screen, you're continuing to see live images coming in from New York City, where we continue to monitor events for candidates in that race and continue to await an AP race call. If any of those circumstances change, we will be bringing you that information as soon as it comes into us. But for now, we'll return you to these live images from New Jersey on your left and New York City on your right. Back with you soon.
That stood up against the tyranny of Donald Trump. And today we said no to Donald Trump and yes to democracy. Now, I'm not using a teleprompter. This is all from the heart. Because I believe in all of you. And if you believe in us and you believe in our party, let not be tonight be the only night that we celebrate. Let tonight be the foundation of what we're about to build tomorrow. And we're going to stay on that course. We're going to build this party. We're going to be inclusive. We're going to listen to the voices that people have out there. We're going to listen to opinions. We are not going to dictate to you what we think you know. We're going to ask you what you need from us. That is how this Democratic Party is going to work. That is what got Mikey elected tonight. That's what will set us free on a course to taking back what belongs to the people of this great nation. That is our House of Representatives and the United States government. But we're going to start right here in New Jersey. So this young man from East Orange, New Jersey, that probably shouldn't be on this stage based on what I look like, based on what my zip code is, based on where I'm from. Guess what? We are here. And that speaks volumes across this great state. So I am about to just say something simple to all of you. I love you all. I love you all. What was done here tonight was something that was ordained by God. And if you have faith and you believe in a God, no matter what God you worship, what God you pray to, just understand there is a higher being here, and we must embrace that and use that as we move forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am the proudest man on the face of the earth because my family sits here, my biological family, my East Orange family, my Essex County family. But what's much important is my New Jersey family. This is Leroy Jones. I'm dropping the mic, signing off here. God bless you all.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election Night 2025 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
This is a breaking alert that has just moved on the AP wire. The Associated Press has determined that Democrat Zohran Mamdani has been elected as mayor of New York City. The 34-year-old and his campaign has come to symbolize the more youthful and progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Joining me to talk about this race is Zohran Mamdani. Sagar, so again, this is the big race that we've been watching all night. We've been watching the live video coming in all night from people gathering. But now that we have this race call and AP has declared Mamdani as the winner in New York City, what can we see there and how do we think that this really is couched in tonight's overall results?
Yeah, this was really a generational and ideological race. Here you have Mamdani at 34, who will now become New York's youngest mayor in more than 100 years, against Andrew Cuomo, the once disgraced governor who claimed he was ready to do this from day one. Obviously a knock at the younger Mamdani, who describes himself as a socialist, a democratic socialist. This now plays into a lot of thinking that Democrats really do need to embrace that wing of the party to make themselves more relevant. But then when you look at the two governors' races that have been decided in Virginia and in New Jersey, both of the winners there ran as more centrist Democrats. So it's a really interesting dichotomy now for the party, where you've scored these three big wins going in two totally opposite directions. But Mamdani's campaign, you know, a young guy, very digitally savvy. It was entirely focused on how expensive it is to live there. And he put out some ideas about how to make things cheaper. That electrified a lot of folks, that turned off a lot of folks. It infuriated President Trump, who threatened to arrest and deport him. He was born in Uganda. He is an American citizen, so you can't just arrest and deport him. But that was the kind of rhetoric that we heard. And New York is the nation's biggest city. It's always going to get attention. This race just took on a life of its own. And, no one had heard of Zohran Mamdani a year ago. 33-year-old state lawmaker has now been elected the mayor of America's biggest city. A stunning ascent for him there.
Absolutely. And I want to talk in just a minute about some of the contrasts with the other major contests we've been tracking tonight, which Democrats have also been declared winners in. But if you are just joining us, just an update on where we are on this election night. The Associated Press has determined that Democrat Zohran Mamdani is the winner of the New York City mayoral race. Again, that is the major contest that we are watching tonight. As Sagar just noted, it is America's biggest city and is really one that has drawn attention, not just from journalists and politically interested people here in the United States, but also globally, given the position that New York City has, economically speaking, culturally speaking, as well as politics, the former home of current President Donald Trump, who often weighs in on circumstances that are happening there in New York City, although he now is currently in the White House and technically a resident of Florida. Also, just a reminder of what you're seeing on your screen. On the left-hand side, we have a live image from Democrat Mikey Sherrill's campaign headquarters for tonight. The Associated Press has declared her the victor in the New Jersey governor's race. On the right-hand side of your screen, live images continuing to come in from New York City. The upper right-hand side is Zohran Mamdani's campaign headquarters, and below that, the campaign rally site for Andrew Cuomo. If any of these candidates come out to make live remarks, we will break into anything that we are saying, and we will be bringing you those comments live as they happen. So, Sagar, just to talk a little bit more about the New York City mayor's race, which again, the AP has declared the winner of that contest to be Democrat Zohran Mamdani. When we talk about Mamdani's campaign being, he describes himself as a democratic socialist, and a lot of the policies and ideas that he's proposed for New York City have tended toward that side of the political spectrum. That is very different than what we have heard from the winners in the other two top contests we've been following, those gubernatorial races in Virginia and New Jersey. So can we read anything into writ large how Democrats are feeling if we're hearing from these more centrist Democrats winning these governor's races, but yet the further left candidate winning in New York City? Or is it just New York City is its own animal, its own space? We should not really try to compare apples to oranges. So
I think you can see that both ways, and it's an interesting debate now that the Democrats will have to have. They came into tonight, again, still licking wounds from a year ago. They lost the White House, they lost the Senate, they lost the House. They've made themselves relevant again. The three big elections we've been talking about tonight, they swept them. They won all three, but again, with two diametrically different approaches. So what does the party do? Does this, further embolden that progressive wing, like Mamdani, like AOC, Bernie Sanders, folks like that?
Both of whom we saw campaigning with him.
Exactly.
Right.
Both of whom were on the campaign trail with him. Or you have the more centrist, more moderate ones who worry that some of the policies that Mamdani put out about raising taxes on the rich, about making city buses free, about making free child care, things like that, they worry that as they try to broaden the party's appeal to a bigger swath of America, if the focus is on that kind of thing that some even Democrats will say is way too far left, where does that leave you going into the midterm? So I think they have to be feeling good about all three, but now the party elders will have to have that debate. Both of those approaches worked. Which one works better 364 days from now when they try to take the House back?
It's that constant conversation about candidate quality that we've already seen. I've seen it tonight on social media already starting to happen for the midterms. So we will keep an eye on that. Thank you so much for walking us through all of that stuff. We are now, though, going to go back to New York City, where we have Philip Crowther joining us again live from Zohran Mamdani's campaign night headquarters. Philip, what can you tell us about what's happening there? What are you hearing from people as they celebrate this win for Mamdani?
Yeah, you won't be surprised to hear that it's very much a party atmosphere here now. We're in downtown Brooklyn at the Paramount Theater, and I can actually see people only just walking in. They were kept outside, standing in line for quite a long time. So some of the people who are entering now to celebrate this victory of Zohran Mamdani to become the next mayor of New York City, they are getting the news as they walk into the theater here. Of course, we're seeing a lot of people celebrating right now. Not necessarily surprised, of course, because Zohran Mamdani was very much the front runner in most of the polls ahead of today's election day here. It's also worth mentioning that a really large amount of New York City voters went out to vote in the end. In fact, the highest number of voters for a New York City mayoral election in 30 years this time around. Very much a race that captured the imagination of New Yorkers, and that also got a lot of interest from the national media, from the international media. Very much a story that has been followed throughout the world, this one. A lot of journalists here, of course, and among them is Tara Palmieri. She's the host of the Tara Palmieri Show on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us again, Tara.
Thanks for having me.
Now, it's time for us now to digest this news now. It's not a surprise that Zohran Mamdani is now projected to become the next mayor of New York City. But what is your initial reaction? Does it take you back a few months to that moment when it looked like it was very improbable that he could become mayor of this city?
I mean, it was such a dramatic upset. That primary, he beat Andrew Cuomo by 13 points. And I think that really rocked the Democratic establishment. And they've all been bracing for this moment right now. And what they want to see is how decisive that win ends up being as it shakes out. Right now, he's about 10 points ahead of Andrew Cuomo, but he wants to go into this mandate with over 50%. And he wants to show overwhelming support when he pushes for these really progressive programs. When he goes to Albany, state capital, and he asks to help him fund, universal child care, universal free busing. I mean, he said that he wants to raise taxes on the wealthy and corporations. He can't do that. It's the governor, Kathy Hochul. There are city-run grocery stores. There are a number of things that he really wants to do, but he needs to have that political mandate to do that. And so while everyone is so excited here, I mean, what he represents, 34-year-old, Muslim, South Asian, New Yorker, literally started the race at 0%, whereas Andrew Cuomo started as a former governor, son of a former governor, former HUD, official in the Clinton administration, entitled, I would say, but dynasty. And for a very long time, the presumed frontrunner, he had the donors behind him, he had the real estate community, and to see Zohran Mamdani not only beat him, but overwhelmingly by what looks like it may be double digits. We'll have to say and keep close eye. And again, it's called so quickly, within an hour of the polls closing. It's really telling, and I think it reflects a moment right now in the Democratic Party where the base is overwhelmingly rejecting the establishment. Andrew Cuomo represents the Democratic establishment. He was the candidate picked by the establishment. And we have, the establishment players. Chuck Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader, has not endorsed. Hakeem Jeffries, the Minority Leader, has quietly endorsed. And then, Kathy Hochul is the governor and knows that her re-election in a year will depend very much on winning the support of the city. She's endorsed, but she's a center-left Democrat. And I think there are just a lot of questions about what this progressive populist movement, as Mamdani calls it, democratic socialism, which a lot of people are still wrapping their heads around. What does that even mean, right? What does that mean for the party? Can that exist in New York City and Ohio? How does the party separate itself in the midterm elections in a year from now? Is he just going to become the poster boy for the Democratic Party that the Republicans will use as a foil? Will President Trump target him in his, in his ICE initiatives and his anti-immigration initiatives? Then there are the clashes over Israel, and there's just so much tension. There's going to be so much clashes to come. This is going to be an administration to watch. A lot of his progressive policies are not that different than Bill de Blasio's. but he has spoke forward about what he represents, and he's got big dreams and a big agenda, and we'll see if he's able to do it.
As we stand here, we expect the next thing to happen here, of course, is for Zohran Mamdani, the projected next mayor of New York City, to actually take the stage and give what is going to be his victory speech. Now, for his supporters, who are, some of them still coming into this theater here, and who are celebrating now, what is maybe the first thing that they want their new mayor, who will be inaugurated in January, what is the first thing that they want to see him do out of all those promises he's made, out of all the things that maybe you might consider unrealistic, and that certainly a Republican president might consider unrealistic? Free buses, free childcare. Which one of those is the absolute priority for his voters, do you think?
I forgot to mention rent freezes. And I think a lot of people would agree with Jimmy McMillan, the former mayoral and presidential candidate. The rent is too damn high in New York City. It is astonishingly high. And I would say probably this audience, a lot of people in their 20s, 30s, strivers, making their way, would probably agree with that sentiment, right? They're not likely to be, the Wall Street hedge fund types, dynasty families that can afford to live in a New York City that seems to be increasingly only made for them. So he's got some hurdles because the real estate board decides if you can freeze rent-stabilized apartments. Eric Adams could stack the board in the favor of keeping it exactly the way it is right now, but in a few years he'll be able to choose his own board. So we might have to wait for that for a few, years. I think he's very close to already universal childcare because Bill de Blasio started with pre-K, universal pre-K, 3K in a lot of places. I don't think he's very far away. By the way, I see AOC up there. She is in the balcony,
there we go,
in the VIP section.
AOC being Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York. She's right up there.
One. So I saw Cynthia Nixon earlier. She's another populist, progressive star in the party right behind us over there, Hassan Piker. But yeah, I think there's the universal busing. I mean, it costs about $800 million a year. But in a $20 billion per year budget, it's not like that much money, Some have pointed out that they've been able to give subsidies to Elon Musk bigger than that, so maybe there's some private-public partnerships. I think he's certainly going to need to build some inroads with the police community. I mean, there's no doubt that his rhetoric on defund the police is going to be an issue. They have literal veto power over a mayor. It is extremely strong force for him, and he apologized on Fox News for his prior comments. He's going to have to, I think he's going to have to continue to address that. And keeping Jessica Tisch, the current police commissioner, on, I think is a really good first step to show that he respects the force and the moderation that they want. And I think there's, he really can't raise taxes on the wealthy without the governor. I don't think she'll do it in an election year. Raising taxes on corporations, again, I don't think he'll do that. But I think it's all the things that people really want to hear, and it's a testing ground. And it's certainly, listen, for a party that was polling at 27% approval rating, the Democratic Party, pretty amazing to see all these people out here celebrating the Democratic Party. A pretty astonishing sweep tonight.
The presence of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman from New York, brings us to that debate that is going to be happening inside the Democratic Party, undoubtedly starting right now, and already started before this victory for Zohran Mamdani in the mayoral election in New York City. Is where is this party going? Because at the same time that a democratic socialist, who is not afraid to call himself that, wins here in New York City, you have two Democratic candidates for governor winning in New Jersey and Virginia, who are very much seen as centrist and moderate. So where is the Democratic Party going? Is it going in both directions at the same time?
Absolutely. I mean, Mikey Sherrill, Abigail Spanberger, both former congresswomen who rode in on a blue wave as Blue Dog Democrats. They rode in as Blue Dog Democrats. Abigail Spanberger says she doesn't even want the word socialism associated with the party. She won in Virginia. Mikey Sherrill had a tough race against a Republican candidate. they're going to have to try to prove that they are a Big Tent party. They need to activate the base, but this is a base of voters that, frankly, I think his populist messaging around affordability was very similar to President Trump's. President Trump said, "I'm going to lower the cost of goods." So did Mamdani. The populist message seems to be ringing true on both sides, and that's why when I hear Republicans giddy, excited about Zohran Mamdani being their new foil, their new boogeyman, I think to myself, you listen to his messaging, there's overlap with Trump. In the same way that there was always an overlap between the Bernie voter and the Trump voter, populism can have different labels. Socialism, MAGA, but, the people know what they want, and they want affordability right now in a time of high inflation and costs through the roof.
Well, we'll have plenty more to digest when it comes to the results of this mayoral election here in New York City, but also the results from the governor's races in Virginia and in New Jersey. Tara Palmieri from the Tara Palmieri Show on YouTube, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll be talking again a little bit later. What we're expecting now, of course, is the next logical step. That is the presence of Zohran Mamdani, still the 34-year-old member of the New York City Assembly who has just been elected mayor of New York City. He is, of course, now expected to take the stage that you can see behind me. His supporters now here present in their, well, at least hundreds, possibly a few thousand. We expect them to listen to his victory speech pretty soon indeed, and we'll, of course, bring that to you live.
Thank you, Philip, for those updates from the ground there at Zohran Mamdani's election night rally. We will certainly be keeping our eye on the video. And for those of you following along with us, as soon as Mamdani takes the stage to make his remarks, we will be bringing those to you live. So make sure to keep an eye on the 4 boxes that you see on your screen. Mamdani. And then also, we were awaiting comments from Mikey Sherrill, recently declared the winner of the New Jersey governor's race. So we will also bring you those comments if we see them, but also Mamdani, awaiting him, expecting him to speak to supporters relatively soon. On your screen, we'll be leaving you with images coming into us from Denver, where votes in that state of Colorado are being counted this evening. We will bring you any news and updated AP race calls as we get them. But for now, we will return you to these live images. Thank you. See you soon.
She listens to people, she includes them, and she leads with both her head and her heart. And no one gets left behind. So I think this outstanding victory tonight is a great affirmation of a positive direction we're headed in this country. And I don't think that we can rest easy, but I will say I will rest easier tonight knowing Mikey is at the helm. All right, New Jersey, so let's get excited, let's get inspired, and let's get loud. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next governor of the great state of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill.
But man, with this vote, you guys just scream from the rooftops. And people around the country have heard you.
I hear you too. This was a tough fight, and this is a tough state. But I know you, New Jersey, and I love you. I've fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your struggles. I know your hopes. I know your dreams. So serving you is worth any tough fight I have to take on, and I am incredibly honored to be your next governor. When I was 18, I raised my hand and I swore to defend the Constitution. And that moment defines me. It taught me that leadership means carrying the weight of other people's hopes, standing firm when it's easier to bend, and always putting the common good above personal gain. And I know how hard it can be to serve in these times. And I just got a call from Jack Ciattarelli, and I want to recognize him for stepping up. And all of you know, I love our history, and our state motto has always stuck with me. In 1777, New Jersey was one of the first states to choose a motto. Anybody? Liberty and prosperity. I'm going to get some more civics education going. We'll get that known by all. But it was a demand for freedom from oppression and a commitment to creating better opportunity and a better future. That idea has defined us for almost 250 years. We fought for liberty at the crossroads of the American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the battles of Trenton and Princeton. We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution. We've been the cradle of scientific discovery, inventing everything from the light bulb to the laser. Liberty and prosperity. I've seen the genius in that motto over the last year because both are essential in our democracy. And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway, we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children. We see how clearly important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more. And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens. And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive. I hear you, Sham, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility costs. I hear you, Westfield, so I'm going to make sure our kids are safe online and schools have the resources they need to address the mental health crisis. I hear you, Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable, balancing individual liberty with collective responsibility, ensuring people are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems, it solves them. So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward. because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state. Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me, but it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was moved during my block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table and they're ready to fight for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that anything was possible. Akim's team, who worked their butts off, knocked over 60,000 doors. Akeem told me these are not the kids who will succeed in Trump's vision of this country, but they will in mine. The men and women in labor. Union jobs at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor. They fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight and across the state who's worked hard over the last year. Thanks to the thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases, to everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families, to my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell. You've already served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you by my side as we embark upon this new chapter for New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great future for New Jersey. And thanks to my family, who put up with missed soccer games, lacrosse games, football games, volleyball games, swim meets, and rugby games, all to put up with this, so thank you. And a special thanks to my husband, Jason. Through 4 kids, 2 dogs, a hamster, numerous goldfish, 5 campaigns, an insurrection, and 2 impeachments, you have been a truly amazing partner. So thank you to everyone who's joined me in fighting for a better future. I know these are tough times. I know not everyone voted for me, but I'm working for everyone. Every single one of you. When we all do better, we all do better. So tomorrow begins a new day. And at each new day in New Jersey, the sun rises over the Statue of Liberty, a daily reminder of her promise. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. She declares that her lamp lights the path to the golden door. That golden door is New Jersey. It always has been. And that expectation is well deserved, especially after this election, where we chose, we're going to follow Lady Liberty's beacon. We're not going to give in to our darker impulses. Here in New Jersey, we know that this nation has not ever been, nor will it ever be, ruled by kings. We take oaths to a constitution, not a king. We've chosen liberty, the very foundation of democracy, and we've chosen prosperity necessary to create opportunity for all. So, New Jersey, to quote the boss, the future is now. Roll up your sleeves, let your passion flow. The country we carry in our hearts is waiting. Thank you, New Jersey.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election Night 2025 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. Just to give you a recap of where we are at this hour, the Associated Press has declared Democrat Zohran Mamdani the winner of the New York City mayor's race. You've been seeing on your screen images coming into us from his election night headquarters there in New York. And we are now going to go there with AP correspondent Philip Crowther to give us a sense of what it's like on the ground as we wait for Mamdani to make remarks. Philip?
Yeah, and you can, of course, see the contrast right now in the boxes you have on your screen. One event, that's the one where I'm at. This is Zohran Mamdani's election night party, is lively. There's obviously a celebratory atmosphere. There are occasional shouts of joy here. Maybe when a leading Democratic politician walks around, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman from New York, she is here, for example. David Hogg, vice president of the Democratic National Committee, is here as well. These are people who right now are giving interviews to the media, a huge number of media representatives here as well. So a very lively scene here in downtown Brooklyn. Very different in Manhattan. You can see those images right now as well. From Mr. Cuomo's headquarters, his election night party. Not that much of a party, of course, right now. Expectedly, the former governor of New York State, who ran in the Democratic primary against Zohran Mamdani and lost, and then ran again tonight in the mayoral election as an independent. Andrew Cuomo goes out of this race for mayor of New York as one of the losers, of course, along with Curtis Sliwa. He was the Republican candidate for mayor of New York City. He has already given his speech once it became clear that he was not going to win this election. That, of course, would have been an incredibly big surprise. What we are now waiting for here in downtown Brooklyn is, of course, the victory speech by Zohran Mamdani, the 34-year-old member of the New York State Assembly, who once upon a time, not that long ago, was definitely not the favorite to win this race and was very much an outsider. He has sprung a huge surprise. When you go back just a few months, the Democratic Party primary was in June, and just before that, well, pretty much no one gave him a chance of even becoming the candidate for the Democratic Party. Well, we now expect to see him on stage relatively soon to give his victory speech. As I mentioned, some stars of the left wing, if you will, of the Democratic Party are here. A big reaction certainly here for the likes of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Remember that she campaigned with Zohran Mamdani along with Senator of Vermont Bernie Sanders. These two of the big supporters of Zohran Mamdani, both of course also describe themselves, as does Mamdani, they describe themselves as democratic socialists. We again are hearing some shouts of celebration here in the room. Maybe that is an indication that we're getting a little bit closer to the speech by Zohran Mamdani. I can tell you at this point that we have not been given any indication by the campaign exactly when he will be taking the stage. What we did have, though, was a very early race call by the Associated Press, around 45 minutes after polls closed here in New York City at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. That is when it became official that Zohran Mamdani was going to become the next mayor of New York City. He will be inaugurated in January. And the call came so early, in fact, that quite a few of his supporters who had been lining up outside to get into this venue hadn't entered yet. They entered to the news that their favorite candidate was going to become the next mayor of New York City. Generally, though, there is very much a celebratory atmosphere, not just here at the headquarters for Zohran Mamdani, but also in Democratic Party circles right now, with those two victories in the race for the governorship in Virginia and in New Jersey, and obviously here, the victory for Zohran Mamdani. Those are three very high-profile Democratic wins tonight here. Of course, for Zohran Mamdani, it's not a surprise that a Democrat wins in New York City. But for someone who describes himself as a democratic socialist, it is certainly a surprise, and something also that, of course, brought the ire of President Donald Trump. The White House has already commented on this victory by Zohran Mamdani with a meme that says that Donald Trump is your president. So the reactions coming in thick and fast. The most important one, of course, is going to be that of the candidate himself. Again, we expect Zohran Mamdani to be on stage here in downtown Brooklyn very soon indeed, and we will, of course, bring that speech to you live as well.
Thank you, Philip. We really appreciate those updates from Mamdani's headquarters. And I wanted to ask you, what are you hearing about Andrew Cuomo and his performance tonight? Is there any indication of how supporters of his might be feeling? You mentioned his performance tonight as an independent candidate after losing the Democratic primary, but what do we expect to see or hear from him tonight?
Well, what you'd expect to hear, logically, would be a concession speech from the former governor of New York. That has not happened yet. You can see in the images, obviously, that Andrew Cuomo's election night party is not exactly a very festive affair, because at the end of the day, he will have lost twice to Zohran Mamdani. First of all in June in the Democratic Party primary, and then tonight again in the race for mayor of New York City. We don't yet know what exactly the difference will be, the percentage difference between the two candidates, but it looks like this is going to be a pretty handsome victory indeed for Zohran Mamdani. And I think that most likely is going to be chalked up as, well, an embarrassment for the former governor of New York, who of course has a lot of political clout, who has a long history in New York state politics, the type of history that Zohran Mamdani obviously does not have. We should also mention at this point that there was, of course, a candidate for the Republican Party, Curtis Sliwa, who has run for mayor of New York before and lost again here tonight. Not a surprise. Republicans don't tend to win when it comes to the mayor of New York City, but he again, it looks like, is not going to reach 10% of the votes. So for Andrew Cuomo, obviously a disappointing night, and I think it's time probably for analysts to look at whether this might mark the end of the political career of the former governor of New York. It is very possible. This was always seen as a generational battle between Zohran Mamdani, 34 years old, a new generation within the Democratic Party, and maybe the older guard represented here by the likes of Andrew Cuomo. We expect both of them to speak. We haven't heard from either yet. Zohran Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo, both of them will be giving their speeches, most likely within the next hour.
Thanks again, Philip. We will continue to keep images up from both campaign evening events. On your screen, you see Mamdani's campaign rally, and below that, Cuomo, where we do see the candidate taking the stage. We can bring you those comments. We also have live images with which we'll be leaving you, coming in from Minneapolis, which is electing a mayor tonight, as well as Detroit, where vote counting is occurring. But for now, let's listen in to former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who has lost the New York City mayoral race.
I love you too. I love you too. Let me acknowledge part of my special campaign team. We have from the right, Telef Lundaval, the new son-in-law, husband of Mariah. We have Mariah, Cara, Michaela. I want to thank our campaign chairman, Bill Mulrow, our great campaign manager, Greg Goldner. I want to thank Mayor Adams, who stepped out of the race to make us more competitive, and that was a very gracious thing to do. I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who gave us his support, Governor David Patterson, all the unions, and I am blessed. I am blessed to have the people in this room. You have been a phenomenal team, great friends. You are superstars. Even more, you are New York patriots, and I am proud of it. This campaign was the right fight to wage. And I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party the future of this city and the future of this country. And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first allegiance is as citizens of New York City. Two million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line. That is the highest percentage in modern history. Ironically, it is just higher than when Mario Cuomo got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1977. It's also important to note that almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met. We support an economy of jobs, of opportunity, of entrepreneurship. That's what New York is, and that's what New York must remain. We are a nation of laws, and we believe in law and order, and we need the police to keep society safe. We will not make the NYPD the enemy. We cherish our diversity, and we have no tolerance for discrimination of any kind by race, religion, sexual orientation, or creed. And we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism or diverse attacks. Our strength is our unity. Black, white, brown, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, we are one. We are the family of New York. We believe in interconnection and mutuality and codependence. And you attack one of us, you attack all of us. That is what it means to be a New Yorker. No one and nothing will ever divide us. And this campaign was necessary to make that point. A caution flag that we are heading down a dangerous, dangerous road. Well, we made that point, and they heard us, and we will hold them to it. Also, my friends, feel proud, because we accomplished the two important New York characteristics. We got up off the mat after the primary, and we made it a real race when the media had already commenced the coronation. And feel proud, because we fought our hearts out and we left it all on the field. Congratulations to Zohran Mamdani. That is not right. That is not right, and that is not us. That is not us. Tonight was their night, and as they start to transition to government, we will all help any way we can, because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers, because our city is the greatest city in the world, and we will unite for New York City because we love New York City. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every one of you. I love you for the fight you made, for the soul that you showed, and the example that you set. New York City heard us, and we will be the better for it. Thank you, and God bless you.
Tribeca, right next to the narrow, but I'll be hood forever. I'm the new Sinatra.
You've been listening to a concession speech from former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo as he acknowledges that he is not the winner of tonight's New York City mayoral race, which the Associated Press has declared was won by Democrat Zohran Mamdani. So joining me again is Sagar to kind of talk about this race. And now that we've seen the concession speech from Andrew Cuomo, we're still waiting on Zohran Mamdani. But Cuomo obviously is a very well-known figure in New York politics. He had run as a Democrat in the primary, lost to Mamdani to begin with, and ran as an independent in the general. Talk to us a little bit about the tenor of this speech. It sounded like he was really being willing to work with Mamdani's administration there in New York City.
Cuomo's argument the whole time had been that he, as a former governor, had the experience to do this. Ready on day one. They literally had that sign at his event site. That he looks at a guy who is roughly half his age. Mamdani's 34, Cuomo's 67, beating him. Where else is there to go than to say, hey, maybe I can help the guy. Maybe I can help them, because the outstanding question right now is Mamdani ran this very ambitious campaign. How do you go about staffing that? How do you actually go about delivering on what some critics say are undeliverable promises that you've now made? Maybe he can get an ally in Andrew Cuomo, a man who ran the entire state and could have run the city. Cuomo, again, this is now his second loss to Mamdani. That has to sting as a man who held the highest elected office in that state. If he is in fact willing to help, one would think that would have to be a boon for the other people. He has the organizational skills. He has the veteran operatives around him that Mamdani may not. As a 34-year-old, the youngest mayor in more than a century, now running America's biggest city, you're going to need some help. And maybe he can find that now in Andrew Cuomo.
It's not unusual for us to see that in various administrations at different levels for a candidate to come in with perhaps less executive experience, bringing in someone with more experience. I mean, I'm thinking about presidential administrations of both parties in the last couple of decades that have done exactly that when picking their vice presidents, for example.
You have to bring in the veteran hand, and it'll be interesting what that dynamic would look like and what role, if there is an official role, we're projecting way ahead now, that Andrew Cuomo may in fact play there.
Yeah, for somebody like Andrew Cuomo, who's been in politics in and around New York for a very long time, you'd wonder what that next step is. But perhaps he sees it as being some assistance to Zohran Mamdani, or maybe that's just a gracious concession of what you say on an election night when you have been bested by your opponent, not once, as you point out, but twice, and so now trying to move forward just in a classy way.
And this was a chance. I mean, this, for as stunning as Mamdani's ascent has been, remember Cuomo's spectacular fall 4 years ago as governor. This could have been a comeback for the ages. Clearly that fell apart, and like you said, who knows what comes next, but he did at least show the grace in the speech. He didn't go after him. It was a polite speech, for lack of a better phrase.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for that. We can now also go back to New York City, where we have Philip Crowther joining us again from Zohran Mamdani's campaign night headquarters. We've yet to hear from the candidate himself, but Philip, what are you seeing in those comments that we heard from former Governor Cuomo today?
Well, look, it's only a matter of time, I think, before we see Zohran Mamdani here on stage. his supporters, who are here in their droves and have now been celebrating since the race was called, they were able to watch Andrew Cuomo's concession speech. We are here in downtown Brooklyn. Andrew Cuomo spoke in Manhattan. A concession speech in which Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of New York, was able to silence the boos from the crowd when he congratulated Zohran Mamdani. I can tell you that here at Mamdani's election night party, there were plenty of boos as well once they saw that Andrew Cuomo, who was Mamdani's opponent not once but twice during the Democratic primary and today in the race for mayor of New York, when they saw that he was about to begin his concession speech. And the moment when he left the stage, when they saw that on camera, and again, they only saw that, but were not able to hear it. You can hear the loud music here at the venue. They essentially all waved him goodbye, happy to see the back of a man who twice tried to beat Zohran Mamdani and twice failed, after all, because it was in June when the Democratic Party held its primary, and that is when Andrew Cuomo was still a candidate for the Democratic Party and lost, surprisingly, to Zohran Mamdani. This time along, Cuomo appeared as an independent candidate, having lost the primary for the Democratic Party and lost again to Mr. Mamdani. We will have to wait and see exactly how large the difference is, the percentage difference between the two candidates in the end. But certainly this victory by Zohran Mamdani came quickly, and it came as a surprise, certainly the speed at which it came to a lot of people here in this room. It's very loud in here. You could probably make that out quite easily. A DJ playing music here right now while we expect Zohran Mamdani to appear on stage. And some of his biggest supporters, certainly over the last few weeks during campaigning, well, they are here in the room with him, or at least in the building with him, because Mamdani is still to appear on stage, of course. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is one of them, the congresswoman representing New York. She is here, and she has been making the rounds, giving all sorts of interviews. She, of course, campaigned together with Mamdani and Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, two of the other politicians who consider themselves democratic socialists, just as Zohran Mamdani does as well. Everybody here knows what the promises were from Mamdani when he was to become mayor of New York City. He will be inaugurated in January. He has promised free childcare. He has promised free public buses. He has promised to freeze the rent on rent-controlled apartments in New York City. All of those considered very populist, but certainly also very popular messages with his supporters here in downtown Brooklyn. And they will certainly want to see those promises repeated here on stage when Mamdani does eventually give his victory speech. The way things go on these election nights, be it during a primary somewhere in the United States or be it during a presidential election, you tend to wait for the concession speech first, let a little bit of time elapse for people to get excited about their candidates coming on stage, and then he or she does, of course, do that. And that is exactly where we find ourselves now, awaiting Zohran Mamdani and his victory speech. When he does give it, and we haven't been given any indication from the campaign as to exactly how long that is going to take, we will, of course, come back here to New York and bring you that speech live.
So, Philip, you've mentioned some of the other Democratic Party celebrities. It's a word that I'm not throwing around really, other than well-known political figures. But it also seems like there's perhaps some influencers